we didn't really know what any of these were. But what we did know was whenever there was a dirty word, and there was this one movie I would never forget called Surf, Sand, and Sex. And because the word sex was in it, we knew this was going to be dirty. And it was going to come on at like 2:30 in the morning. And so we're all like super excited, like, dude, can't wait till it comes on. I can't wait, I can't wait, I can't wait. And as this movie comes on, everybody starts getting tired. Because it's, late, and they're just little kids or whatever. Like, dude, um, I'm like wide awake for this fucking thing. And my friends are like, okay, uh, it comes on, and it's this story of like five super hot chicks, and they just talk about their experiences with men, and it cuts to like softcore porn. So you see like breasts and stuff, and we're like, our jaws are on the fucking floor. Like, this is the, it doesn't get any better than that. And on occasion, our friends' parents would like come and check on us, and we'd have to change the channel really quickly or whatever. And uh, so we were on like alert, like if anybody's coming. And I remember in this movie, one of the male actors in it comes on the screen, and I'm like, dude, that's Kato Kalin. And my friends are like, what are you talking about? I'm like, he's in the OJ case. He's an actor who was OJ Simpson's guest house, uh, guest in his guest house. And they're like, what are you talking about? I'm like, dude, that is Kato Kalin. Look at it. They're like, dude, this guy's about to rail this chick. Like, who cares about the guy? But I was like, no, you don't understand. He's like a famous person. He's on like TV, and now here he is in like a softcore porn. And they're like, okay, cool. So, like we watch this movie or whatever, and our friends get tired. There's like something else on, and it would be called something like, I don't know, like Hot Heat or something. But that went over our head. Hot Heat just meant it was going to be on Temperature or the Weather Channel or something. But the fact that this movie had the word sex in it was like a game changer. Okay, there was that in sleepovers. What else? There would be video games in sleepovers, which would be really big. We'd be like playing Madden, and we'd try to play a whole season in Madden, and by the end, try to win it all, win the Super Bowl or whatever within one night. That was like a big deal. And there were like 16 games in an NFL season or something like that, and then another like 3 or 4 to get to the Super Bowl or whatever, or something like that. Or we play like an NBA season, whatever it was. We try to play the whole season in one and go. And my friends would always get too tired. I just always remember being like, guys, come on, we gotta stay up. This is really important. Um, this other sleepover, I remember, we were staying in my friend's, I want to say it was for his birthday or something, and or his brother's birthday. But my friend got to invite me over as his friend. And so these were older kids, like 1 year older than 1 year older than us. So they were talking more about girls and stuff than we were. And I remember there was this thing about pranking people when they were asleep. And there's the old put shaving cream on somebody's hand and then tickle their nose and they get shaving cream all over their face and they scratch their face. Or putting some. Yeah, so that's what we were going for. That's what we had heard. And we tried it on one of our friends. I don't know if there's truth to it. I think to some extent it may unlock something subconsciously about relief of oneself, but I don't know for sure. It's a tough thing to test. But we tried that with one of our friends and one of the older guys there. And I think he awoke when he realized his hands were in water. But we tried that. With, uh, okay, there was another one where we oh yeah, I had this friend stay over at my house, and I had gotten this video game called I think it's called Vegas Slots or something like that. Vegas Sticks, basically. And this was a Super Nintendo game that was like we road trip from I think they imply like you road trip from California to uh, Las Vegas, and you start out at this really shitty hotel, and you have to like win enough money so that you can then go to a medium-sized hotel, and then a large-sized hotel, and then you become a high roller, and then you get to win the game or whatever. And um, it was a really interesting game because they didn't ever like nothing on Super Nintendo was very sexual, but it would be like a random woman that would come up to you, and it was all like you had to read the screen or whatever. And they had like a picture of like a somewhat attractive woman, and they'd be like, a random woman comes up to you and asks you for $5. Do you give it to her? And if you have the money, you'll be like, yeah, I'll give it to her. And she says, thanks. And she blows on your dice, and you score, you win $100 or something like that. Or they'll be like, she just took your $5 and went to the buffet, or took your $5 and ran, whatever. Like it was like a choose your own adventure kind of a game, and or they'd be like, there's a wayfarer or like a traveling person who says they're down on their luck and needs um, $50 to be able to get uh, back to where they live. Do you A, give them $50, B, tell them the pound saying, or C, give them $25 and then give them some advice. So we give him $50. It turns out this guy's really, really rich, and he ends up giving you like $500 or something later on in the game. Something like that. Okay, fun back. So my friend and I were playing this, and we were having trouble getting past like the bad hotel or whatever because we don't know how to play craps. We don't know how to play like roulette. We were kind of figuring out, but not really. Like we realized that there's the red and the black and whatever, but uh, the craps, anything that had like special words like in craps you have like the pass line and stuff like that. We had no idea. But and then like slot machines were kind of boring. So my friend was like, dude, let's stay up all night and try to make it uh, to the big casino, like and be high rollers or whatever happens there. And I'm like, okay. So we're playing, and my friend starts to fall asleep. And I'm like, dude, you fall asleep. Come on, man, you gotta stay up. It's like 9 And I was like, all right, dude, I got an idea. And he's like, okay, go ahead and do it. And I'm like, okay. So what I did, which was like my first, what I felt kind of just like a cheat code, I would, well, it wasn't necessarily cheat code, but I heard about cheat codes. This was different. I would save the game, and on Super Nintendo, you had a very small amount of slots. It had very little memory, but you could save, and on regular Nintendo, you could not. With Super Nintendo, you could, which is a game changer. And so you had like three save slots. So I saved the game, and then I would go to the roulette table and bet everything on black or everything on red or whatever. And then if I won, I would take that money and save the game and then double it and double it and double it and double it. Kept doing that. And if I lost, I would just go back to the save game and then get whatever I needed and just keep doing it until I won. So I made it from the bad hotel to the medium hotel to the nice hotel, and then like there's like this cut screen where we're gonna go into the super nice hotel. I'm like, dude, wake up! Dude, we're going to see someplace like Caesar's Palace or something. And he's like, I'm trying to sleep, man. Come on, just keep doing it. You're doing a good job. I'm like, wake up, man. This is really big. So then we're at the big hotel or whatever, and like everything's really expensive or whatever. I use the same logic. I just keep keep betting it all, and then if I do well, great. I save the game. If I don't do well, I go back and just restart. I basically get that old save state. And I did this by the end. By like the time the sun was coming up, I had beaten the game. And it was like I think it was the first game that I ever beat on my own. That was no, maybe not. Maybe Super Mario World was the first game that I beat on my own. But this was like a game that um, I just was like, I just dominated this bad boy because of this theory. one of those two was one of the first games that I beat him in. And so my friend who had slept like all night, he awakes in the morning. He's like, what happened? And I'm like, dude, watch. I'll show you. I go back to the same state and show him what happens when you win. There's like, you like drive back to California and Corvette or something like that. And, you got like a go online or whatever, and like those touchscreen or whatever. He just thought that was pretty cool. And then he's like, oh man, can I borrow that game? And he was like, sure, like, or something like that, like so that he could do it, because I told him how to do it, or maybe he came back, something like that. But I think eventually we showed him how to do it. Okay, and then there was another time where I used to like to make forts. Forts were really important as a little kid growing up, and I would make super forts. And the reason why my forts were better than anybody else's forts is I would bring electronics into the fort. So most kids' forts would just be like you take couch cushions and the couch and put a blanket over it, and then you're playing what Army Man or whatever. Uh, but I was different. I would be like. I would want to put a TV in for with a Nintendo or usually like a Nintendo 64 or not Nintendo 64, not Nintendo 64. It's too old for something like that. A Nintendo, Super Nintendo, or Sega Genesis or something. And so we'd be in the fort also playing video games. And that was the ultimate. Like if you were able to do that, that was the ultimate. And then one time my friend had stayed over and uh, we had cable or something like that. Or no, we did. Maybe I tried to get cable in the fort or something. Like back then, you can still do it, but it's different. You could just turn the TV on and it would have like 5 channels or like 3 channels or 4 channels or something, and you didn't need to plug it in. And uh, this one friend, I told him this one night, I was like, dude, there's this show on TV that's absolutely like the most bonkers show I've ever seen. And he's like, what's it called? And I'm like, it's called the Jerry Springer Show. And he's like, what's it about? And I'm like, it's like it's like one of those shows like Oprah, but a circus. It's like they'll have people on there who just get into fist fights. And he's like, they just fight on TV, and I'm like, yeah, and it's on really late at night on like random channels, and I didn't remember what it was. Or whatever. And so we were just playing or whatever. We built a fort or whatever, and I remember just out of this, just like out of amazing fortune, we're flipping through the channels, and all of a sudden the Jerry Springer show comes on, and he had never seen it. And I'm like, dude, they're gonna throw chairs at each other. They might have like a lady who like smashes at the end. They blur it, but whatever. Um, and that was the first time he had ever seen the Jerry Springer show. It was like maybe the second or third time I had ever seen it. And if you don't know what it is, they made a whole movie about this kind of show. It was like the trash TV at its finest. Are you serious? Well, there you go. So you know what it is, right? Exactly. So those were the big um, sleepover things, and I'd have other friends over as I got older. Um, one time um, like uh, I went to school with boys, and there weren't a lot of us, and so I was able to put us all on one football team, with like change all the names of every player, and so that we were all like every single person, we had like I don't know, like a dozen boys or whatever, and then I had named us all, and my friends came over, and it was really cool because they could play as themselves in this game. They always thought that was cool. Playing Grand Theft Auto as we got older was really cool. Um, this one time I had a sleepover, and I had this racing game, and I never raced in the game. I would always turn the car around and go in reverse, and then just hit the cars head on at 200 miles an hour. The cars are coming at me at 200 miles an hour. I'm coming at them at 200 miles an hour, and we would just play it in instant replay. Um, those are the kind of things that we did. It was very innocent. It was before the times when you had girls. Maybe somebody might like let it spring who they had a crush on or something, of some girl they had met somewhere, whatever. But like, um, it was very innocent. Just there were no phones. The internet was very very slow, so nobody was really trying to get any access to it. Um, it was just computers were like not connected to the internet, so parents could very much control the content that they got. I mean, like I said, like the best. I remember. I think the first set of boobs I ever saw was that I can recall was in a movie called Tales from the Crypt. My friend was Tales from the Crypt something. It was like a sequel to it or something. And there's like a really quick flash of boobs. And like, I watched it on my friend's big screen TV. These boobs are as big as my head, and we were just like, that's what it looks like. Like that, it was very much like biological. Like we were looking at our species and just not knowing what's under there. There was always the rumor that women had penises along with men. Like everybody's got a penis, right? All the it's just like no, it's not true. That went away pretty quick. But like, I think there's a certain point in boys, all boys think that everybody has what they have, and probably girls too. Um, so anyway, it's just very innocent. Um, we never really got into trouble. Oh, and yeah, we used to do this thing. I used to go to my friend's house, and we would we played a lot of video games, but it would keep us out of trouble. So we could have been somewhere on a Saturday night causing trouble in high school or whatever, but we wouldn't. We would go to my house or a friend's house, and their parents would just let us stay up, and we wouldn't really treat it like we had cars at the time, so we wouldn't treat it as a sleepover. It would just be like, dude, I'm gonna be at your house till like 5 in the morning, and then I'm gonna come home, and just because we wanted to sleep in our own beds or whatever. So yeah, that's what. Did you do sleepovers as a little kid or growing up? Okay, just yeah. This was like several, but maybe once or twice a month. And the big thing would always be to ask their parents if they could sleep over. And we would like, please, 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 please. And we beg and beg and beg and beg and beg. And yeah, one time I had a sleepover with 30 boys at my house, and it was for my birthday, and we were so loud, and we had this room that was just like empty. That it would eventually my parents would finish it, and it would become like a really nice living room and stuff. But we already had like a family room that was nicely furnished and stuff, and we had built this house, so it was like it was too much house. It was a big house for just like each person. But my parents realized that it was a good place to have because we were kids and we were wanting to run around and stuff. We could run around in this really big room and uh, kick balls in there and play football and stuff. So we had like a tackle football game for 30 boys inside the house. And we just had balls. And people used to love to come over because nobody else had. I probably the biggest house of all time. And we could throw a ball like across the room and it wouldn't hit the wall or anything like that. And my parents were generally pretty cool about like we never broke the window thankfully. We very easily could. Um, if anything, there might be like a little mark on the wall or something, but eventually my parents would burn it. Like once I got older, they got it all painted and furnished and got window treatments, all kinds of nice furniture and stuff. And then I didn't need it anymore. It was too old for it, basically. But if like you have the ability to just give your kids like a big playroom, it's amazing. As a kid to be able to have that. So, as I got older, I would visit other kids' houses, and they would have like basketball courts in their house, and that was always a really cool thing. I never had a basketball court, but I went to some kids' houses who had basketball courts, and that's like a really cool thing. You could like, it was like it was no, I don't think I knew anybody who had anything bigger than a basketball. But like kids would have like pool tables and foosball tables and all kinds of like games, air hockey tables, ping pong. Yeah, exactly. So we got good at playing all those games. But yeah, anyways. So yeah, what's in your generation? You can never really trust. I mean, I think it's a good investment long term. It's a very good investment. But Facebook did the same thing, but they dropped for the next 10 years. Yeah. 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 Parenting. Take it when it's like 5 a.m. on the field. But, yeah, following that podcast, I appreciate it. I do my best, and just do my best to avoid anything I just avoid. And I'm trying to think of any other podcasts. This is the first podcast that I chose that I gave him. Oh yeah, no, think about that. I can't think of how many UFOs? Well, so that was my thought. I'm gonna transition to tech podcasts and AI, and then there's crypto podcasts that I can do too. So I'm just whatever the topic is, I'm just kind of just going through them all, and then I'll find other podcasts that are available. So it answered your question. How many is there? Yeah. That's a big one. That's a big one. So it just depends what email list I'm using, and uh, I went through all of Spotify's that I could find in terms of emails and um, the tech and technology. I'm doing those right now, and I haven't done the crypto. And then there's the idea too that once I've been on these, once I've done it, I can branch out to other things, religion, philosophy, YouTubers, that kind of stuff. So I think I have maybe, this is a rough estimate, but maybe 1,000 emails that I have, and every day I send out 60. I created another account to be able to do that. I was telling you, I created that Rabbi Rothschild interview Gmail account, and that got me. Not because I sent out spam, but when you create a new email address, Google does this thing where sometimes they ask you to verify your telephone number, and that's not a big deal for me. But then they'll ask you to maybe 2 or 3 days later verify the same exact number, and that's the difficult thing because you don't have access to the numbers that you have in the past. So if they do ask for that kind of stuff, I kind of feel bad that but that's okay. You were aware that I basically had the issue where Google banned all my YouTube accounts, and that was sad. Like, I was streaming like on like 25 separate YouTube accounts, and they banned 13 of them. But then, like 2 weeks later, they gave them back to me. But in that week, in 2 weeks, I realized I need to back all these up and basically create new accounts. So I've been doing that, and just creating backups and backups. And, and then everything's been archived on Rumble as well. And I have these like Chrysler, if I ever come up with an invention that I think will really change the world, um, I think I've already invented it. It's just not. I just don't. It's basically a tablet that multi-streams everywhere and automatically uploads the stuff after a certain amount of time. It's just, so what would that mean? It's basically a box that records all the information that's going around without having to touch it. That doesn't currently exist, and I think that'll be a huge advancement in human data collection because you basically put in your Twitch account, you put in your Rumble account, you put in your YouTube account, you put in your Emo TV account, you put in your YouTube account, all the different accounts, and then you don't have to touch it anymore. It's just every 12 hours it uploads. And so I've done that with 4 of my tablets, and they're amazing. The quality of the videos is absolute dog shit, but it's good enough to record sound, and eventually people will be able to enhance the video and stuff. So, you're always into inventions and stuff, so I need a name for it. What are we going to name it? I am 50. You can have 40. I do shit. Actually, I'm 20. So, I just think it should be fun to upload it or something. I'm sure we'll be able to come up with a better idea. But don't you think that's a good idea for an invention? Just something that, so I don't have to go and automatically click the thing to upload or whatever. It just automatically does all that for you.
So you had thoughts
I do. What I'm saying is, it would be, it's an interesting thing that you don't have to basically hack it with bots. Its purpose is to upload photos. Does that make sense?
yeah, isn't that one way to label it as a software bot, just doing other stuff.
Yeah, but I would want to give it a microphone and a camera. And so it would be something that you could, they have those like live streaming cameras on like trails and like in bird nests and stuff. So long as you could get it internet, it could be connected to your Wi-Fi or it could be connected to your cellular service or something. Then once you set it up, once you plug it in and hit start, it will continuously upload that information to the internet and save it, and you don't necessarily have to keep an eye on the streams to make sure they're working. They just always work. Every 12 hours, it just uploads to the internet.
Is that possible?
You definitely could do it with just software. But it's like, you can't have like a laptop sitting in a bird's nest. You know what I mean? It would be like a little box that basically maybe has a 360 camera on it. You could have that box in your house or have that box outside or whatever. And the issue with YouTube right now is that they that if you have really, really long streams, anything longer than 12 hours, it does not save that information. So what would be good about this box is it basically saves the information and uploads it. And it's just like an archive.
Yeah, that's why your streams are like 11 minutes.
11 hours or 55 minutes. Which you gotta think that like most people don't have 11 hours and 55 minutes of themselves on YouTube, period. And I have like tens of thousands. It's a big deal. Okay, well, I won't take up much more of your time. You take care, my friend. I've got podcast today, and and I gotta start booking this. I got more toward the end of the month, but I've got yeah, I got some other podcasts that we're gonna check out. I'm gonna be working on that. I'm gonna be okay. Everybody wait for it's parrot. It's parrot parrot. That's okay. Because it is the carrot for the parrot, not the parrot for the carrot. Exactly. I agree. And let me explain. You should have a basic biography that you have to put in a description or whatever. Very similar to um, Instagram or TikTok or whatever. And maybe it's limited to whatever amount of content, whatever amount of uh, content you want or links that you want. But then there are those users who want an advanced setting to be able to put in there all their links to all their social media and a like a picture, or like a username picture, like okay, so you have a banner, that's fine. Yeah, exactly. Fuck those guys. That's 100% right. You're a good listener. 100%. Um, okay, so what's a good example? Um, okay, so YouTube allows you to have like 10 links, when Instagram allows you generally to have like one link. Okay, so I'm going with the more the YouTube link. It doesn't scare people away on YouTube if people have 10 links there. That's fine. And then you can have like what I'm saying is you have a beginner section that doesn't scare anybody away, and then for people who want to put all their shit in there and their um, their enhanced profile, you should let them do that. You shouldn't prevent them from it. If somebody out there wants to share their Reddit and their Pinterest and their X account, why do you want to stop them from that? This helps you to network. That's what your website, a lot of it is about. If somebody wants to put their Facebook in there, you should let them. You shouldn't be like Instagram and just be like, no, we won't let you put that. Or like X is very limiting. You can't have like 5 links in your X profile. It's one link, and that's not what you want. You want someone to be able to put at least 5 links.
No, I agree with that. That's more the like the demographic data that you're seeing on Facebook. Like the marital status.
No.
Demographic.
No, I'm not.
Just like you still do have each other feedback for
You could do that if you want, but that's way at the advanced settings. Not necessary. But if somebody wants to put in there that they make $100,000 a year and they're married with children, you should let them do that. What's wrong with that?
Yeah, no, pretty much. I mean, how many like that's valuable. People will be advertising because like who has their either like operation or matching product versus female product or male product. The data to just how data they could go like more you know income brackets and share brackets, not get different filters that target audiences and different products.
Agreed. How much of that do you need? As much of it as it is. So if someone wants to put in there their relationship status they can, or what kind of car they drive, they can. That's fine. You can have a drop down with that kind of information. If they want to put in there their hobbies, go for it. If they want to put in there their favorite TV shows, great. Favorite movies, great. Blogger allows for all of that, and nobody says Blogger's creepy. Blogger asks like favorite TV shows, favorite movies, interests, hobbies, um, or music. Ask about
And
music.
if they wanted to know like what advice
You're gonna have all. You're gonna have that. That's gonna be logged in your so that's not. You can say what kind of device do you prefer, and you could also have a thing in there. I like to use a desktop computer. I like to use a laptop computer. I like to use. But that more becomes a questionnaire, and you could just have people take a questionnaire, a voluntary questionnaire, and then they could make their answers public if they want.
yeah, I mean that's very private and then let's say often to have their public.
That's what I said. Yeah, at the very end, if make my answers public, you absolutely can, or keep my answers private, or keep some of my answers private. Allow customization of this emoji policy within reason. So, what does that mean? Um, you can have somebody in there. What are your favorite brands? What are your favorite sports? What are your favorite sports teams? That's all fine to ask.
Yeah. So it's like a million questions they can figure out more stuff about them or but you want to I guess
Wait, but when they do that, they connect more with your website. Then they know that this website knows a lot about me, but I like it because it allowed me to say that I'm a Los Angeles Lakers fan, or that I like the New York Yankees. I get to put that in there and advertise that on my website. That's cool.
I don't know if it'll be I guess it could be for additional things to talk about like specific favorite sports teams but like this will be make another like have like basically matching people to products like the feedback gathered for those products.
That's not that important, I don't think, because this isn't a website that is for advertising. It is more for people to put their content on this, connect their content to it. So the information that we're saying is great for advertisers in the future and to businesses, but doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to be super accurate. Of the 100 people who have the opportunity to fill out the advanced description, maybe 10% do it. But if that 10% does it, you're going to have a lot of data on those people.
Well, here's the thing. Did you, the owner says the first thing I was going to say is the marketplace rewards people that will have information about everything I was going to say 6 to 7 years out ahead companies like the company that I advertise they want to make the close contact and they want to keep in touch with their advertisers on that contact. But the creator goal of the platform is to filter out the best path for that content, right? So when you have this general population of people that are giving their input, that's great, but not all products have equal or equal, so the most valuable data that you can give back to the companies that are advertising on the website is data that is relevant to their target audience. So you need to accumulate data on the target audience when the commissions come in. Maybe one has way more likes or whatever, and more popular people are more. But the data shows that actually the coming, like the one with less likes, even a lot more positive feedback from the advertisers that which one is a better advertising product.
I advise that you look up an advertiser ID on devices because you're going to have all that information anyway if you're recording any kind of device information. And the advertiser ID can basically is creating a profile on anybody else. So your adver- I think that would be
Like by using an external source with that's like a data broker.
yeah, probably.
Well, like people love that also understand how I mean, I know that when it be I mean I don't know, dude. Aren't those advertiser ideas just like they're tracking your purchases, not tracking necessarily
Yes, they are. Every website that you go to, they're tracking.
yeah, but I mean I like to have a bunch of stuff all the time that I'm like interested in as well. Like Google all sorts of stupid random shop videos.
It shows that you have some interest for whatever reason. It shows that at one point this was of interest. And I know you
Yeah,
may,
well, let's say like a device that you and me talked about, like my little ID or whatever is like, oh, like 25% of the time, risers and things and running stuff. Do you go to the website? Looks like no. And in fact, it's like the opposite. It's not necessarily automatically. And it's just by being involved in it.
I agree. I agree with you. It doesn't mean that they like it, but it shows that there's an interest.
Oh yeah, I mean that's I mean I'll research more maybe be a more good input, but I feel like it's like a basic field of like, hey, vendor, how is this?
and the first question that you had, I believe, was how do you reward a user for doing this? You give them a badge, just like somebody verifies their email on Reddit, they get a badge, or they've been on the website for a year, they get a badge, or 2 years, or 3 years, or whatever. And then another really important one that enterprise websites don't utilize more is called it's a streak. Streaks are really important. So what's a streak? It means that you've been to that website at least once per day on your device, like using your account. And if you get like a streak of like three, that's 3 days in a row, or five days in a row, or 10 days in a row. Like my Reddit streak is like over 365 days. Like, I go to it every day. You know what I mean? Like streaking is really important. And that's exactly right. That's exactly right. Just for the fact that it is a thing to do, they would do it. So that might mean voting on a different, voting on a particular piece of content or an advertisement, or just logging into their website. Give them a share. Um, that's how you get people to stay and become loyal to your website.
Surveys or whatever information gathering page there on the site that you can fill in information about yourself, which is extremely useful for being part of a demographic and getting targeted ads, etc. That includes so that you can get feedback from that instead of browsing to you. Let's say like you can like the park you want to go like you want to go do an extra mile instead of 5 or 10 minutes going outside to go on this material during its appropriate date. Those people that fill out that people that can be so valuable, like extra platform visibility on their posts, like you know how Twitter does that premium or whatever, and those people get more active and location than just regular free accounts.
I think you just do it with badges. The enhancement of visibility gets into an algorithm issue, and you can have people who, like, what am I going to do if I know that's a thing? I'm going to make sure to create 50 different accounts and fill out all of those different answers with all of my garbage, just because I know I'm going to show up more than the other people.
But you can't create multiple.
Yeah, that's what you're going to have to make. That's,
I guess you would be ultimate like
loophole finder. Yeah.
and it's like can Rabbi Rothschild break is like the ultimate investigator.
Yeah.
Can't you stay on my website, run my website with bots and bullshit? That'll be real fun.
It most certainly will be. And that's to be determined. The best thing, the best thing for that is device fingerprinting. That's the best way to do it.
And that works. You actually have like the
It knows the make and model of your. It knows. It depends how complicated you want to make it. Yelp has the most advanced device fingerprinting I've ever seen, or profile fingerprinting. It uses like 160 points to be able to identify if somebody's a real user. So everything from IP address to their, like, are they using a VPN? Have we had like a problem with this exact device, uh, make model, software? Um, Another thing that they do on computers, Screen. I was just going to say screen dimensions are a big one. The language that they use, the time zone that's a default on their phone.
I mean, it is screen dimensions less effective for phone than for someone who usually just has using a model iPhone. And I mean, even with like computers too, but I guess they're going to give you that like verification or something. But
Right, exactly. It's like
and VPN detector thing, that's like you can detect. It's not what Reddit does. It's like they detect whether you're getting VPN or not. Like
yeah.
it's
So
really
there's a big list of all of the VPN. The VPN IP addresses. And so you probably have to pay some money to get that. But then, like these are the major VPNs that are being used. However, that if you get a residential VPN system, um, you're gonna have a tough time discovering it. Like I can only do so much for you to be able to test this. There are levels of this that if I had the ability, uh, we could do deep dive on. But there are people who are better at this than I am. I'm a good.
Would it be like Twitter where you need to install the password to create an account?
Okay, so that will help automation, and I highly recommend having it. But you're gonna have to pay for that, and that's gonna make your that's gonna be expensive. And so you don't want to do that right away. Like your account when it first starts is gonna be slow. Pardon me. Your website's gonna be slow, but eventually, pardon me. Every time you have, I think it's a service you pay for it based on usage, and you get like credits. Um, but yeah, if you don't have one of those, it,
I guess.
hold on, 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 hold on. If you don't have one of those systems, then you're gonna have what I have on Kick, which is a bot that whenever I want creates an account and it verifies an email and it spams the place full of my clips 24 hours. I've told Eddie Craven in a video uh, interview with one of their other streamers that he saw because after he saw it, he sent me a friend or he accepted my friend request on Kick. Uh, all he needs to do is put a captcha system in. But I think he doesn't want to do the captcha system because that would get rid of all the bots on the website and then it would show what the real viewership is and it'd be like 5 people. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, that makes sense. Freaking all those bottom screens and
Right.
okay. Yeah, well, any other websites. So you're positive that without captain, you're positive that you verify even if that device came with them, but that you also have to pay for the device, but you also have to pay for the
All of
captain.
this is going to be expensive, yeah. So at the beginning, it's going to be quite simple until you can get a couple of the concepts off the ground. And you get a few $1,000 here and there coming in for this. And you'll have return customers, so it's not like a one-time gig. But yeah, the fingerprinting aspect of it is going to be expensive. So what are the best ways to be able to prevent just a free way? Um, okay, so email verification. That costs a little bit of money because you gotta host it and stuff, but it's probably the cheapest way to verify. And then you can say only accept emails from like major email providers like Gmail and stuff. But then if somebody uses their work email, then you're gonna run into issues with that. You basically have to open it up to most email providers. However, there are lists of what are like known as temporary email address providers that you can tap into, so people can't just create a fake email or whatever to verify. It depends on how strict you want to make it. Um, the phone
And,
bit.
and this is only using email outsourcing. So I email just more this is only allows those people to send me like kickbacks or something that you want to verify.
But you're gonna prevent people from major, the NBA.com and like people who you want using the website. MLB.com, NFL.com, you're going to prevent a lot of these people from being able to use it. So I would not advise only allowing it to know.
I mean, I'm sure you like do your sign up for a concert. If they go through that
Yeah, so you just create a list of like the largest companies in the world, or they're list. Everything that you say is possible. It's going to cost you money. And so, how strict do you want to be? In the beginning, I wouldn't be very strict. I would want as many users on the website as possible. But then, when people start to get fishy and start to manipulate things, then I might make things a little stricter. The best way to prevent a lot of this is a phone number verification. However, a lot of people don't want that. Once you request somebody's phone number, they just won't use it. So I wouldn't do that at the beginning either. And that's also going to cost you money because every time you send one of those codes to someone, it costs like 0.001 cents. You're like, well, that's not that much money, but at the end of the month, it's going to be you might have a bill for $200. So you might, and that's every month. So you got to be careful about that.
I mean, when you sign up for like crypto exchanges, sometimes they have like demand like a selfie with like the code with crypto.com PG1X5 or whatever. And you send a top photo and that's the person manually overviewed probably.
If you
crazy that there's like not a way for like no cost verify
if you do that, nobody's going to use it. So it's got to be very easy to use.
I'm not saying
Right. And then there's the Google like sign up with Google. You want that to be an option on your website. If you don't have that to be an option on your website, you won't get as many users. People are just lazy. Log in and sign up with Google. So basically, you can sign up with Google, sign up with Facebook, sign up with Apple, whatever you want. There are some security risks in doing that, but you'll learn what some of them are. You want to, what's the security risk with it? Basically, the more ways you give somebody to log into the website, the more vulnerabilities occur. And if somebody can exploit, let's say, a vulnerability in Facebook before it's caught, then there might be a way to be able to get into your website. So you just want to be careful with that. But you're not saving the financial information for people, so you don't really have to worry that much about it. It would just be links, generally. Stripe or whatever is going to hold that information. You're going to run into people who, like, what do you do? What do you do about a user who likes every single post on every single likes absolutely everything? They just create a like bot. I've created like bots. All it does is just go through and like everything that everybody does, so that they get a notification that I like their stuff, and the name of the bot is Join Rabbi Rothschild Discord, and it's free advertising for them. That's okay, but people won't like that as much because they like the uniqueness of it. But I get that. I get what you're saying. Okay, and in terms of device fingerprint and stuff, Reddit is very good at it.
maybe then you just change it like Instagram for other post like profile.
Yeah, and the key is making the user aware of what the limits are. Hey, it looks like you're liking too quickly. Try to slow it down a little bit, or try again in a little bit. That's fine. But I think it's better to say you're allowed to like 10 posts per day. Just tell them right away. This is what the rules are. That way they're not left in like, well, what's too quickly? And could I get banned for this or whatever? We want it to be a safe environment. The reason why these companies don't tell you that is because someone like myself is going to just say, oh, I can follow 10 people a day. Okay, and that's within the rules. Okay, and then I'll just create a bunch of bots to follow 10 people, and then create another one, and create another one, and create another one. So they are very secretive in some of their stuff. I think though that it's okay for a user to know, like you're allowed 10 likes a day. So go through and you know that makes your like more valuable. So people won't just be giving away likes to anybody. It will be something to that you really really like or whatever. Um, so those are decisions that you can make at another time. Um, in terms of um, the in terms of the um, user base, as you grow, you're going to need more security, and it's going to be more expensive. To be honest with you, Mentor, you got to be realistic with yourself, and I know you are. Unless you get an angel investor, this is probably going to fail. You will meet a wall of costs that are going to erode your nest egg. You have to say most businesses fail though. 90% of all restaurants fail, and more than 50% of all new businesses fail within their first year. And you've got to be okay with that. And I know you are. Um, but you also have to recognize that, like, if I blow up or you're able to tap into somebody who wants to buy this idea, and the chances, then your business becomes really has the opportunity to become extremely profitable. And this is a nest egg that you might have. So I'm just kind of warning you that because of the cost of this stuff, chances are it's going to fail. You recognize that, right?
What cost
Just hosting all the data, you're gonna if it might cost you $1,000 a month to just host all the data of everything. That gives you that's $12,000 in just for your first year. Yeah, it could be, especially when you get into like having someone's profile picture and everything. And um, that's true. That's true. That's what it's all about. But
is a sustainable business from financial standpoint.
right, and that's something that you're gonna have to make a decision on. But you're also gonna have business coming in. You're also yeah, but you don't necessarily want to be on the boring website either.
I mean, I don't think many businesses go bankrupt because they negotiate.
No, but they go bankrupt. It's like death by a thousand paper cuts. You're going to need Cloudflare probably on your website. Cloudflare's pretty expensive, but Cloudflare, like, you're going to have to, like, right off the bat, make sure it's a secure website. So that's $60. Anywhere between $60 and $200 right off the bat. You're going to want to use Cloudflare so that people won't be able to DDoS you. That's going to be a few $100.
What did you say?
Cloudflare, that's so people won't be able to DDoS you.
So you just have Cloudflare.
No, I said you want to make sure that you have a secure website. So it's not just HTTP, it's HTTPS, and that's anywhere between like $60 and $200 a year. And you're going to have your hosting from GoDaddy or whatever. It's going to be another $30, $40. You're going to have, uh, depending on like how you're going to store the data. How are you going to store the data? Probably, yeah, but where's that going to be stored? Probably Amazon or Google or um, okay. Now you're going to get into some big bills, so you got to be careful about that. Now you're looking at Amazon Web Services, and you just create an account. You have to have it connected to your bank account, and uh, you're going to be looking at a couple $100 a month just to like get into the game. And so, and then it just goes up from there. What else are you going to have? Well, to connect Google, Google might have a cost to connect, like so people can log in with their Google account or their Facebook account or any of that stuff. So I think that it's like a one-time integration or something, but it could have changed. It might be monthly. You have to pay for that stuff. Um, what else you gonna have? Your internet cost. You have to make sure your website runs really quickly. So, uh, who are you hosting it through? Can it get? Is it as um, like it's one thing to have a website that gets 15 hits a day. It's another one that gets 15,000 hits a day. And you're gonna need like how do you like you can put uh, like basically okay, here's a good one. If you give people the ability to put links in, who's to say somebody can't just put a drainer link into your website? So you need some kind of protocol to be able to detect malicious links, or yeah, or it has to be. You can't put in custom links. It has to be from one of the big places, Linktree, YouTube, X, something like that. But that's another good point. Like you can only accept links that are approved through Instagram and stuff. It can't be through some third party because you can't verify that link. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, to avoid terms, conditions, not major problems.
Right. Um, and okay, so then you're going to run into issues with you need to make sure an accountant looks over your stuff monthly to make sure that you're not going to get audited or whatever. So that's another couple $100 at least a month. You're going to need a lawyer to overview your terms and conditions, and then routinely make sure that nothing has changed in the law that might make you vulnerable. Like you don't want to be the first line of defense for this because you don't want to be like, well, I'll just talk to my rabbi friend in a Discord and try to get all the information because I'm no longer tapped into the changing aspects of internet law or e-commerce law. I mean, at one point I was, but that's not my interest anymore. And so you're going to need somebody to be paying attention to that. And just a lawyer for an hour of services anywhere between $400 and $1,000. Like that's so like basically your lawyer to go over your terms and conditions, probably just to get your emails, that's an hour. And they're allowed to bill this way in the United States. Just if you send them an email, it's an hour of their work. Because they're allowed to consider it to be like open up the email, start up the computer, all that. So let's say it's a short email, 15 minutes, okay, that's $100. Let's just say that lawyers $400 an hour. Okay, so now they're going to have to read through your terms and conditions, and if anything changes in them, they have to send them back to you and tell you to redraft them, or they'll redraft them for you. But that's going to cost money. Like that's how they make money. So I would say that your first attorney bill is going to be about $2 grand. And if I'm wrong on that, I hope I am. But just keep in mind, just to get your terms and conditions, especially with something like this, an accountant, uh, you're in a different country than probably most of the users of this, and how is that going to affect, uh, like, do you have to pay taxes in the U.S. on your website? I don't know. It's a good question. I don't know. Do you get what I'm saying?
I mean, I would imagine if it's a Canadian company and just there's no same stripes and things. I mean, I don't know. I'm not actually companies for this and you like I think if you're incorporated, you can get the country incorporated. I would imagine. I guess.
But it's not a good idea to incorporate in Canada. It's a good idea to incorporate either in the United States state of Delaware or in some like the Curacao or the Canary Islands or something. It's not a good idea to incorporate in Canada. If you look at Apple, Google, Tesla, they're all incorporated in Wilmington, Delaware. There's a huge loophole in the state of Delaware that makes it the most business um, favorable state in the United States.
Or if they change the law.
They're not changing it. That's how Delaware became a state. That's why it's the first step, and that it hasn't been absorbed by some other state because it's basically this little tax shelter and has been for hundreds of years, at least like 200 years. So you're gonna have to. They, it's like they don't have corporate income tax or something like that. They don't have state corporate income tax, something like that. But that means you're gonna need an. Oh, for sure. No, no, you don't have to be a citizen. But it may mean that you're gonna have to take a trip to Seattle. I take it Seattle's the largest, well, or whatever, or whatever, Vancouver, Washington, something like that. Just something on the other side. But that's going to be at least a day. In terms of why Delaware, um, why is Delaware such a corporate friendly state? Delaware is considered the most corporate-friendly state, primarily due to its specialized Court of Chancery and Delaware General Corporation Law, which together provide unparalleled legal predictability and flexibility. More than 60% of all Fortune 500 companies and over 90% of all U.S. public companies incorporate in Delaware. Not because it's a tax haven, but because its legal infrastructure offers stability and expert adjudication. Yeah, but it's very tax friendly. If I said it's a tax haven, maybe I misspoke. It has a lot of advantages to it, and um, they still have some corporate tax, but it's like the most advantageous of all the states. There's a reason why 90% of all U.S. public companies are incorporated. Key advantages include
I mean, I don't think that there's a lot of business. I mean, I guess State.com is a gambling website, and gambling websites are all Curacao because it's I mean, pro gambling, so all still doing there.
Yeah, if If I were you, I'd do Canary. There's one building in the Canary Islands that has like 10,000 businesses. It's one small building. It's very famous. There's one in Delaware as well.
Dam or whatever outside the building, so it just looks like a giant enclosed park.
Who says that?
Yeah, I don't know. You have to like include something like on the building, like an address or something.
Who says that?
I watched a YouTube video on it.
In Canary Islands?
And may have been some other.
Or not Canary Islands.
May have been like Bermuda.
Not Canary Islands. It says, let me see. Why am I going to It's the name of a kind of crocodile. Cayman Islands, thank you. Yeah, Cayman Islands. Okay, that's fine. I mean, they all could differ. The building that I'm thinking of is just like a white building that has a bunch of businesses in it. I would incorporate that. You can do all of that virtually. What I'm saying to you though is that you're like, because you're outside of any kind of U.S. law.
Oh yeah. If there was Quebec can't go into it, but it's unincorporated in Canada.
Right. Yeah, it's all about something called jurisdiction. Do they have jurisdiction? Someone in Quebec is going to have jurisdiction over you, perhaps. But if you're incorporated in Canary Islands, then you just, that's not Cayman Islands, then you can just come and outside.
I mean, it's so long as the privacy laws are not also scrutiny care.
But that's going to take some money. That's going to be at least a few $1,000. Even if you just did it in Wilmington, Delaware, or wherever. There's another place in Wilmington, Delaware that's just like this. It just has a random name of it. And it's like, well, okay, what if I don't want to do that and I just want to do Canada? Okay, then you're going to be open to all kinds of tax issues in Canada. And there are some American companies that might say, we only deal with American companies. That's another thing, too. I would just do probably Delaware because American companies trust that. They're not going to trust Canada much. They're definitely not going to trust Cayman Islands.
Right. Yeah,
but that doesn't mean you can't build it like a shell. I mean, you incorporate in Wilmington, Delaware, and have a shell corporation that owns that corporation that's incorporated in Cayman Islands. So that on paper, somebody said, where are you incorporated? And you say, Wilmington, Delaware. They say, okay, that's fine. But they don't know the company that owns that company is in Cayman Islands. But that's another way. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to find every loophole I can find for you. Whether that's legal or not, or enforceable, those are all questions for courts and such. But that's something that you can do. Perhaps to protect yourself.
if you're Delaware, and company out there.
I don't know. And that's why you want to talk to them. Anybody watching this is not legal advice on having a discussion. But this is everything that I'm talking about will cost you some money. Even just having a standard savings account at a bank in the United States is going to cost you $5 a month. No, it's not. But just keep in mind, like that's like everything is going to have a cost. So that's $60 a year right there, just to have a savings account. That doesn't include necessarily any kind of checking that you're going to run into, purchasing checks for the business because you're going to need that. I do need to check.
Are your hands on the hard body? Are your hands on the hard
No,
body?
and it might not be as necessary as anymore because a lot of things are you can e-pay, but or writing e-check. But e-checks, I believe, like it may be free, but the service is a cost or something. Why would you need a check? That's a great question. Um, Most of this is going to be done in virtually, but okay, you need to create a voided check in order to set up a bank account or something, or connect with a business. Okay, so there might be some ways around it. That's a small thing. Just right now, though, the incorporating aspect of it is more than a website. What I'm saying is that it's going to cost more than 10,000, and you might be able to get it off the ground alone by yourself, or you might need an angel investor, and if that happens, you're gonna have to prove to them, hey, this is an idea that can take off, but we need a little bit of backing. What else would you need? Um, Off the top of my head. Uh, okay, so you're gonna be on Google Cloud. Let's see how much a database is on Amazon Web Services. How much is it to store like a database of, let's say, 10,000 users on Amazon Web Services that is being queried 1,000 times a day on Amazon Web Services? How much is it to store a database on Amazon Web Services that is going to be queried like how much is it per month approximately to store a list of 10,000 users with profile pictures and links, each one with let's say 10 links and descriptions and characters and such that's queried 1,000 times a day on Amazon Web Services approximately? How how much is it for a list of 10,000 users to be stored on Amazon Web Services with profile pictures that are, let's say, 100 by 100 pixels? They're, let's say, a megabyte each, and uh, maybe each one has 5 links to it and a description in total of 1,000 characters per user, and it's being queried 1,000 times a day. Okay, so this would be small, $5 per month, but just be careful because it can get very expensive.
Yeah, I mean, it depends how much data or when talking to daily or talking to exchange or down,
They increase, they way increase with each, like, how do I describe it? I don't want to say it's exactly based on how many users you have, but there are different tiers that corporations have, or like these services have. So you have 10,000 users, you're on level one, 10,000 to 100,000 level two, 100,000 to a million level three, a million to 5 million level four. Then you're either considered a small customer, a medium customer, a large customer, an enterprise customer. Usually that's what that works.
right? I mean, the good news is it's not a video hosting model, right? timing video from camera. Video uploading.
We wouldn't be having this. We wouldn't be having this conversation if you were posting it. If you were storing any video, it just wouldn't happen with you because already I know you're not gonna.
Yeah.
I would have told
They
you.
have to be like that. Right, you would not be storing my video, but as long as you know what you're storing for it, down the end of it, have like your conglomerate giant.
Yeah, yeah, I agree.
Yeah, conglomerate.
But you know, you're gonna. That's what the entrepreneur mindset is, and you're gonna find though that if I had to predict, you're gonna run out of money within the first 5 months or so, and you're just gonna say, I was never able to get enough users or enough people to do a contest, or just the cost became too much, and now I'm at a point where I have to find an angel investor, or I've gotta hang it up. Not, and it's nothing against you. I would say the same thing to myself if you said I had a $10,000 budget to do this. I would have to. I'd be sending out emails to people. I would be creating user lists. I'd be getting on podcasts if I needed to. Just startup mindset podcasts, small business podcasts, to be able to get free advertising on my website. Like basically, if it is a free way to advertise, you should be using it.
Yeah, no, I agree. Yeah, no, I agree.
Raid Reddit.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Just
Exactly. Yeah. A question that I haven't, I don't think you've had a chance to do, and I'm not blaming you. I've been blowing all your free time, but did you have a chance to create the? Well, here's the biggest question of all of this. Have you contacted the website yet? The people who own character. So that's something you've got to do. And I know that you're like, hey, dude, I just got an approval from the city to do my mural. I'm going to be focusing on that. And I understand. But, like, time is your enemy in this. You want to get this going. So, my first thing I would do is send an email to whatever place hosts that website, and a website that you can use to be able to get this information is called whois.com, or something like that. Just type in whois into Google, and then you put in haircare.com. They have the contact information of the owner of the website in there, and then you can contact them and send them an email.
yeah, I ran used it before. I'll do that. Probably
Just do it right now. I mean, why let a day go by? You said you're gonna take yellow out to the back of around 5. It's 4:56 right now. You can literally go. I'll look up who is right now. Just who. It looks like to me it's owned in Iceland, and they're keeping it pretty secret. ICANN.org, ICANN.org. The registrar is Namecheap, so you could contact them. They're a real company. They're just, yeah. So you just they have a contact email. I wouldn't go to that email abuse at Namecheap. I would just go to like inquiries or info at Namecheap or whatever. I'd look up their real email and I would see if it's available. That's why they do that.
I'm on Namecheap. I registered in 2024 and I make it offer. I click that. It says submit offer. It says maybe for sale.
Exactly. So,
But there's no like email.
okay. I mean, you gotta learn not to be satisfied. You type in what is Namecheap's contact info, and
Who's in a Namecheap is the actual owner.
so they have live chat and email ticketing systems. They're headquartered in Phoenix, and they operate a US-based company. So support at Namecheap.org. That's what you have to do. You cannot, in this, be satisfied by saying, well, I looked it up and there's nothing there. No. Everything is available to you if you want it badly enough. It's about persistence. I hate to say it, but this is what that McDonald's movie is about. He has a whole speech in there about persistence, about grabbing the brass ring, about having chutzpah, about not giving up. And that's what you need inside you. You need to be able to say, someone owns this website somewhere. I'm going to make it my goal to find out who it is, to contact them and see what their price is. Everybody on earth has a price. And if you go to them and you say, I don't know, I'd say I want to buy it for $100. They might sell it to you. But the thing is that if they know that you want to buy it for $100, they might just automatically. I would also look up in AI. How does Namecheap bidding work? Is it good to like bid low, or is it insulting, or whatever? You know, like, whatever you want. But I would ask AI a lot of the questions that I might have. But like when you were like, it doesn't have a contact information, you can't be satisfied with that. You have to go to store. Okay. Absolutely. So they have pre-sales, sales at Namecheap. They have account access at Namecheap. Billing, payments, billing at Namecheap. Domains support at Namecheap. Hosting support at Namecheap. But here's a good thing for you, Riser. The fact that they have it and it's not somebody else's website is really good for you because they're in the business of selling these things. So that's really good news.
Yeah, no, I got mainly
Well, that's just the information that I was getting from ICANN. They might put that in there just to make it seem anonymous. I'm not exactly sure, but they gave some addressing also. But to me, I think Namecheap owns it. They recognize that it is a website with value, and so you just contact Namecheap and say, you could even play dumb. I wouldn't say, hey, is Parrot available? Because that's going to flag them like, hey, somebody wants this. I would just say to them, uh, support at Namecheap. Hey, I was on the website and I saw that it had the ability to be bidded on or whatever. Can you please like send me a summary of how this works? I would really appreciate it. And by this time on Friday, you'll have an email back from them within 24, 48 business hours or so, and it will be like, hey, thanks for your inquiry. Yeah, so you just send us a bid, and if we accept it, then we will transfer the website over to you. If we don't accept it, you can place another bid or whatever. They'll give you a breakdown of how it works.
Okay. I'll send it right now. Just send it right now.
And that's what I'm saying. You can't be like, I might send it today. You went from I might send it today to you're drafting an email right now. That's what you need to do. But don't mention the website.
Okay. Okay.
The first thing they're going to want to know is what website does this person want. You don't want to give that up until you're ready to make a bid.
My style and most of the things I think everything I do shows how that works.
That's a good.
Usually something going into info classes.
Yeah. But before I send that email, I would look up an AI with the real answers so that you have an understanding of what it is, and then you're like in a good spot mentally to be able to be like, okay, now I know what I'm expecting from them, and if they tell you something different than that, because sometimes companies do, that's going to flag you. So I would look up an AI before I sent the email. Hey, I saw something's available perhaps on namecheap.com. How does this work? I've seen it all over the world. It's big. It's like GoDaddy. Is this available? How much are websites there usually? What should I bid if I'm given that opportunity? You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. So it works. So when you make online, types of platforms with auctions or decision making. This domain is not listed for sale nor disclosed as an offer.
Exactly.
Their agents will track down the domain to auction as the listed offer and bring them into the database.
Okay.
Yeah, so this, I don't think this is this is not the auction.
What did it say a bit should be? Okay. Okay, I'm in agreement, and I think that's a good amount. That's conservative. Right. The fact that it's not taken is, well, seemingly not taken to me is a big thing. No, not yet. Ask him how it works. What are you asking? Are you asking me that question? Yeah, I don't know who. No, I don't know who owns it. You just say to them, "How does it work?" Ask them, kind of play dumb, and they'll say, "Well, it depends on the website." You can provide them with the website at that point, and They're gonna say, uh, okay, we don't own this. Domain agents owns it. We can be the third party though, and uh, usher the broker in. Or they may say we do own it. You don't know. Um, so you just basically you're gonna play dumb at first. Ask them to like open up the conversation with your email. They're gonna ask for the domain. Once you're comfortable, you send it to them, and then they will say we own it or we don't, and they'll tell you how to go about it. If they don't, and they're not just gonna let you go. You're a customer now, or you're a potential customer. So they're gonna say to you, yeah, it's $350. Okay, cool. I'll buy it right now, and then you do. And then immediately thereafter, you go to Linktree and get Carrot Carrot and all that other shit that we talked about, and you start building out your social media. Now you've got a business. Now let me ask you this: if they say it's $1,000, what do you do?
Uh, rebrand just so character later and buy like some demand like new carrot or
Okay, that's fine. That's a good strategy, right there. That's a really good strategy.
yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I think yeah, I think probably get the money work for like the carrot.com and then buy the website for $50,000,
Yeah, or you could just get carrot.ai or carrot.io or something like that too. It's not the end of the world if you don't get that money. Ideally, you'd like it, but if you don't have the money, I would say if it's $1,000 or less, I would buy it. It's worth 1/10 of what you've got. But if it's more than that, then you hold it.
yeah. Okay.
All right, shout out to Yellow. Enjoy yourself. Hope you have a good day. Come back tonight, God willing.
Yeah, no, thanks for your help.
That's always my man. Why? You got it. Why did you say the book? Oh no.